Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call to order the special council meeting for Thursday, June the 20th, 2024. We'll start with the reading of the land acknowledgement, and Councillor Doherty will do that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. I'm now looking for a mover and a seconder on this recommendation that the content of the council agenda for June 20, 2024 be adopted as amended. How it's amended is under item 5.2. The last point there is the additional reason to move in camera, and it's been added. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring, seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments? All those in favor, and that's unanimous. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? See none. If you find yourself in that position, please speak then. So by way of background, in November 2022, the provincial government announced it was appointing regional facilitators in Ontario's fastest growing regions to eliminate unnecessary or duplicative barriers preventing towns and cities from hitting their housing targets. In September 2023, Minister Paul Calandra announced that the Standing Committee on Heritage, Infrastructure, and Cultural Policy would take over the work originally proposed for facilitators in the 6 regions, including Simcoe County. This committee is in charge of 2-tier regional governance review in consultation with the affected communities. An official position for the town of Collingwood would be very beneficial, as there could be significant governance, boundary, and/or program and service impacts for all municipalities, especially municipalities deemed a settlement area, as the province explores optimization and streamlining of services from a regional perspective. So we're going to reorder the agenda slightly to allow CAO Skinner and Sabine Matheson from Strategy Corp to set the stage for the discussion today on the province's regional government review impacting Simcoe County and Collingwood. Then we're going to allow an opportunity for the public to comment. Following public comment, council will have an opportunity for input. We will then move to in-camera to discuss confidential matters only permissible in accordance with the Municipal Act. We will rise from in-camera to continue discussions and determine next steps. So, as I say, firstly, I'm just going to turn this over to CEO Skinner and Sabine Matheson. Welcome to you and Stacey today to set the stage.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. This is actually an exciting day. It's one of those times when we sort of look up from our books and decide, and we've put it in the agenda a little boldly, what we want to be when we grow up, because it's a bigger picture thing with respect to this regional review. And if you'll recall, and I believe it might have been the deputy mayor who had originally put a motion on the table about how we would come to a position for the regional review. And Clerk almost put forward a few options, and council selected that a workshop would make sense. It's an important thing to have a conversation about, and to make sure that we had a well-balanced workshop and that we had really a good view across the province and what things are happening. We hired Sabine Matheson to lead that as a facilitator, and from Strategy Corp. And we also have Stacey, and I don't know if I'm going to get your pronunciation of your surname, Hushan? Hushin. Stacy Hushin, also from Strategy Corp, here to support us today. And we're really, really pleased that they're here. We did hire them for the facilitation portion, so all of the other oversights and additional insights come with them as part of their knowledge. So it's not their intention to propose a solution. It's really council's voices and the public's voices, if we have any, and I hope we do, that will be shaping the policy or positions that you take. But they do provide a wealth of information just from their work and experiences. So with that, I will turn it over to Sabine Matheson, who's going to walk through some slides that I think will help to sort of stretch our thinking to where the province may be. Yep, take your time.
It's on. It's plugged in, but it's not projecting Sabine's screen, right? Do you need to switch something on your end? They want to project from their screen. So just this one here. Now they have to join the Zoom meeting. Okay.
We don't have to do that then.
I can, do you have the link for it?
No, but what we can do is we can do that later.
Okay.
So for now, we can just do this.
And it's good now. And Becky's just going to change the camera angles too. So Sarah, maybe you could share. It's on our screen, but not on that screen.
I can start with a couple of introductory comments while we get the screen going. I'm sure the clerk will have us have us live in a minute. It's really nice to see you all today and to be able to talk about something that's very it's something I really enjoy. Like I've got to tell you, I'm often asked to go do a big study of something and then come and make my recommendations. And as the CAO said, I'm actually not coming with recommendations today. I'm coming to just help you have a conversation, having due regard to the sorts of considerations that are part of any conversation of this kind. And I say that based on having worked in the space since 1995, having gone through, I don't know, almost 400 amalgamations in the late 1990s and, other restructurings of that kind. And most recently, a work of the transition around the region of Peel. So it's content that's very fresh in my life right now. And I can just provide you with a kind of a quick sense that I think we've got something. No, spoke too soon. Today's very much, I think, not so much to be an end point in your discussion, but to help you start your thinking on what should frankly be an ongoing discussion. And that speaks to both the changes that are happening around you in regard to the province, the changes that might happen in regard to the structure of county, but really the bigger thing is just the organic growth of your communities. Because, you know, there's a huge tradition where Simcoe is concerned, going back to, you know, the foundation of the province, the original administrative structures that were created to be our counties actually predate most of the local municipalities, and then they were filled in. But, you know, the most important axiom in governance is always form follows function. You know, what you want is the structure that's going to help you do what you need to do. They're enshrined in tradition, but they have to be held to the test of functionality. But within that, though, I did want to emphasize, oh, look at that. That's great. So we just need to probably go back a slide or two, but otherwise, because I don't think I control that. So are we going to be in a world of next slide, please? Is that what you need me to do? Yeah, perfect. What I was asked to facilitate was thinking about what Collingwood sees as its future. And, you know, the assumptions was that, well, today it's going to be very much about having a structure and an organization that can achieve your strategic plan goals. And of course, part and parcel with anything that touches on provincial priorities right now is achieving the housing goals. And in the context of the process that, you know, Collingwood didn't ask for, but rather that the minister created through the anticipation or expectation of facilitators that then became the expectation of the standing committee and their deliberations to then be able to respond and have a Collingwood position in regard to things that, you know, could frankly be wide ranging. And I note that where it says potential changes in governance boundaries and roles, that's not so much Collingwood saying we want these things as it is Collingwood saying this is what could be upon us as a result of the provincial initiatives. Because through the work of that committee, they have a broad sweeping mandate to consider any of those things. And I think it would be a serious misread of the initial direction of this to think that this, you'll certainly hear nothing from me advocating for specific changes in any of these areas. It's rather, how do you respond to, or if there are recommendations for these sort of changes, what would Collingwood want to be able to say? What would Collingwood want the province to know about your position? And so if we could jump to the next slide. So really it's all about thinking about your future. And if we jump to the next one, and I think we can go to the next because that was what I covered just before the slides came up. I did want to have one note of caution, and I've probably hinted at it already, but I just want to be really direct about it. Through the work that I've been privileged to do in Peel, it's reminded me of something really important that it's really easy to forget when you're thinking about the future. It's very easy to talk about administrations or governments like they're things. But, you know, as much as they are things and structures, what they are is collections of people who provide service. They are people who dedicate their careers to service, and there are people in the community who rely on that service. And if there's one lesson from what's gone on in Peel so far, it's that you can really stress an organization by having loose talk about what its future might be. And so I draw a huge distinction between a professional conversation that is absolutely the right of a council to have about thinking about the future and about, you know, how organizations should evolve, and loose talking about getting rid of things or you know, canceling things or cutting things. And I say that because you get to thinking that, oh, well, you know, it's the government, it's the man, it's too big to have any feelings. But, you know, in Peel, they've lost over 400 employees because people have left because they didn't know if they had a future or not. And like Stacey and I get all around the province working with governments, and, you know, Peel was considered one of the really good ones. It was something that really had its acting gear. And Stacey's taking the lead on a report that we're doing for AMO that was commissioned by AMO to take a look at the HR implications of the world that we're in. And in the CAO survey that we did in 2022, for the first time, we found that when we asked CAOs what was keeping them up at night, for the first time, financial concerns was displaced by human resources concerns as being the number one thing keeping CAOs up at night. And partly that was because of everyone being tired and stressed out as a result of COVID. Partly it was because the gray tsunami that we had been predicting as we looked at our demographic tables that talked about, the aging of our workforce, it finally arrived. Partly it was something that I know all of you have to deal with, which is, the storms of social media and such. That there's a great line from a Smiths song, "Heavy words are so lightly thrown." You weren't expecting me to quote the Smiths today, but it's a great line and it's something that everybody should think of before they press send, I think. And anyway, the consequence of you create uncertainty in people's lives is there's an expression that ends with a word which I will not use, which starts off with, "I don't need this." And there's 4 letters and it ends with T. And you can very swiftly bring those consequences on yourself at a time where we have labor relations and like access to skilled professional shortages across the sector. And so let's just say the consequences for messing with Peel have been that all the neighboring municipalities have done very well indeed picking up professionals. And so the reason I say that is because I don't want anybody to think that I've learned that lesson in Peel and then driven up Highway 10 and forgotten it as I come here. And I would just urge anybody who might be listening that when we think about the future in a professional way, we talk about what we might need to best deliver service, but we don't talk about, we don't need those guys, because the truth of the matter is, and I'll get to this in a second if we can jump to the next slide, is the future is all about growth. We actually need all kinds of new people to deliver all kinds of new services. The reality, as you'll see in a couple of slides, is really about how the competence and capabilities of our governance structures are going to need to continuously improve as we face the challenges of having to deliver more and more to more and more people with resources that are every bit as constrained as they are today. And so it's just in that spirit that I would invite everybody to say this or to discuss this stuff, because quite frankly, the alternative is to court the risk of being inadvertently or advertently disrespectful of colleagues in other places. And that's certainly not what anybody wants to get out of bed to do in the morning. So jumping to the next slide, I wanted to say, when you hear that the province is taking a look at something, that's always a good reason to pause and say, oh, what are they up to this time? And this file of municipal structure, you could say we've gone through, I don't know how many of you remember your grade 10 or 11 math, but sine curves that go like this. Looks a lot like provincial policy in regard to municipal restructuring. In 2019, we had the Fen sealing process that led to a report that never saw the light of day, which might have led to all manner of restructuring. And then all of a sudden, the government eased off on that, and we all got through COVID. And then in 2022, we started to hear the flavor of, well, municipalities are roadblocks to achieving our housing goals, which I know you could almost hear the sector with one voice saying none taken, as in no offense, but yeah, actually maybe there was a bit, but in any event, that got us into the Bill 23 world and then the Bill 39 world. And I believe a change that was very heartfelt from the Premier, which was in the places that had fully built out regional plans, did you really want to have two sets of land use planners looking at the same application for the same condominium and, potentially a conservation authority too? And, different municipalities had advanced their situation in different ways to higher or lesser degrees of efficiency in regard to multi-level review of the same application. And I believe the Premier was immensely sincere when he said, look, you just can't do that. Can't we please have some kind of memorandum of understanding, get one set of planner eyes implementing everybody's plans on these things, one set of hydrogeologists, please don't have this level of complexity. And I think that was the clearest direction that they gave at the time of Bill 23, when they said, for heaven's sake, let's get the regions, and of course, Simcoe got swept up into that, out of two-tier planning. I don't think, I'll be honest with you, I don't think they thought through the full implications of growth management planning. That was the whole purpose of the regional structure in the first place. But it led to this spiral, particularly in the case of Peel. Oh, well, they say we're going to get rid of the region. And of course, the first big climb down was, oh, we can't think of a good way to bust up all the social services and many of the other services. And so the announcement to do it, well, the sine curve turned again, and okay, we're not going to do that, but maybe we'll do something else. Maybe we'll take a look at the delivery of roads, water and sewer, and solid waste. And then the other thing, of course, was implementing Bill 23 on planning. And so you fast forward through the world of the provincial sine curve on this, and you get to where we are today. And the decision to not go ahead with the facilitators was a significant climb down in the places outside of Peel. And, I think the fact that they gave it to a multi-partisan committee led by Matt Ray, the minister's parliamentary assistant, meant it was a real sign. We're going to continue to think about the things that need to be thought about, but we don't have a particularly dogmatic approach of, our way or the highway on this. Like, I think it was a real significant change, because it went from a secretive process, expert-led facilitators appointed directly by who would have been appointed directly by the previous minister, to an open process and people making submissions, right? And it's not the case that we don't need anything done in the municipal sector. Like, the municipal sector, like any sector, needs continuous maintenance. But it was definitely we're out of the wholesale change mode and into something a little bit more reflective. So the first thing I would say is, as you think about how many choices you might need to make in order to be able to inform the process, I think you're probably more in a context now of minor tweaks than you are in a context of sweeping change. I don't know what the equivalent of the Hazel-McCallion Act, which threatened to get rid of Peel, would be in Simcoe, but I don't think there's anybody with a secret file folder at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs called the Getting Rid of Simcoe Act, whatever that would be called. I just don't think that's the case. But as you all know, your colleagues at Simcoe and, have been considering, potential governance changes, the continuous maintenance that you have to do on a governance structure that, I'm an outsider, so let me say it. It's a little clunky having 32 people on a council. Like, nobody would get up in the morning and say, that sounds like a really efficient way to do things. But it's what happens when you've got 16 municipalities. And so you have 2 reps from each place, and you have a weighted voting model, and it's, it doesn't do anything to really promote a really highly functioning system. But on the other hand, it's worked pretty well, right? So I think what you're looking at is a relatively modest set of tweaks, and this process is going on in other parts of the province. And so I'm not expecting them to say, surprise, we've decided to do something sweeping in Niagara, for example, but no one would be particularly surprised if they said, you've got rather a lot of local politicians in Niagara and you could afford to slim that down a little bit. So I would just say, to finish off that line, I think it's probably less, not more, that's going to be before you when the committee, and this is Sabine projecting, but 2 years ago, the only responsible thing would have been to say, oh my goodness, I wonder how much they're going to bring our way by way of change. But I think the way things have evolved, I think it's probably less rather than more.
Mayor, I'm wondering if we can ask questions as we go, or if you would prefer the questions be saved.
What's your preference?
My preference is to make council happy.
Okay, well, there's two competing things. One, to make sure we get through whatever it is you want to convey to us. And the other is to make council happy. So, well, we could,
If you
okay,
like,
fine.
I can be quick and get it so that you can get your question, or if it's just a quick one of clarification, I can do it. And I promise I won't give such a long answer that it will distract ourselves.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
It's not a quick answer, but it's been on my mind ever since this started. Maybe I'll tell you what it is and we can talk about it later. I really don't understand why Simcoe County. We don't have the density. We're not built out as Mississauga and Brampton, even Halton. They're pretty dense. We are not. We are, I think, the second largest geographic area in Ontario. I don't understand why Simcoe outside. I mean, I agree with you maybe with the governance, but other than that, I don't get it at all.
I think the quick answer would be me neither.
Okay.
But we'll be talking about that, and there's more slides that there. So I just wanted to give you a reason why I think the government is likely to do less. And this is informed by lots of different things, but any government has to make choices. And those choices are usually their way of optimizing whatever their policy needs are. And these days, their biggest policy goal is housing. So everything they're doing is with a lens of optimizing housing. They have to figure out what resources they're going to put to that. Those resources are somewhat limited right now. And, decision-making resources at the province are not infinite. They're very taxed right now through on the planning side of things. They've had an extensive number of pieces of legislation over the last couple of years that everybody's kind of panting to keep up with the downloading of responsibility to lower tiers through Bill 23 within the regional structure. So the policy resources are limited. The financial resources to clean up the costs of change, because usually if the province wants to force a change, they usually have to write a check. Province's finances are a little worse maybe than they were forecasting a year ago. The $9 billion deficit got their attention. And time is limited too. I mean, they're at the midway point of the legislative mandate. And if they decide to accelerate the election time, then actually they're at the 3/4 mark of it. And then finally, there's the whole political will piece. And in as much as 2022 was all about municipalities are roadblocks or that kind of tonal approach between that minister of that day and the municipal side of his ministry, that really hasn't been where the minister's been at, the new minister's been at, who's been, at some pains to be making peace with the municipal side of his ministry the last 6 months. So that political will piece, what are we prepared to do to get there? I think the answer is a lot less than they might have been when they came out with, surprise, we're getting rid of Peel. So I would suggest to you that, the first thing is take a deep breath. There's not, I think that the process that they're going through right now is a sincere one that requires appropriate participation. But I don't think it's kind of like the last opportunity to speak before something really drastic happens. So I think that's good news. But as you'll see, if we jump to the next slide, I still think that what that really means is that, the fact that the government may be gearing down for a 2025 election, which is their speculation, not mine. I just want to emphasize that. That doesn't mean any of the longer term challenges go away. It just means they're not going to be in a hurry to come up with a hasty solution between now and the election date. because it's pretty much established doctrine that I believe this government accepts, that you don't go pulling everything apart just before you have an election. So there, I think they're going to be trying to complete projects that are currently underway rather than initiate projects that, might destabilize things on the eve of an election.
Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Sabine. With that in regard, who's up first for the committee's consideration? Would Simcoe be the low-hanging fruit in this, the easier one for them to consider?
I couldn't give you an opinion on that. I have sometimes made the observation that the two places where you might want to find a can of WD-40 to make them squeak slightly less would be Niagara and Simcoe, right? And Simcoe not because it doesn't work well, but because it's got 16 municipalities and 30, it's clunky. But to Councillor Doherty's point, honestly, 16 councillors, 32 councillors, 21 councillors, whatever. I'm not sure you'd get a chapter written in a book on Ontario public administration in 50 years about the choice to go from 30. Honestly, if it makes things better, it's a great idea. If it doesn't, but it's not going to be the end of the world one way or the other, I don't think. I think what's really important are the choices that governance structure makes. And so again, form follows function. I've always wanted a soundtrack, actually. This is quite good. Come back again. To me, it's so if they want to have something to say they did, then they could do that. I think Niagara is likely to come forward with some ideas that are on consent as well. But I do want to emphasize that political will piece. I don't think this government wants to do things to people just right now. I think they would rather do things with people or for people. And so whether you're low-hanging fruit or not, I think if you go in with a joint position on something, they'll grant your wish, but I don't think they're going to stick it to anybody just right now. There's one other point on that too. There's some evidence of that other than just opinion. There were different positions taken by different lower tier mayors about restructuring in the first round of hearings back in January. And anytime they were floated, they were not encouraged by the messaging coming out of the minister or the premier. So I just don't think it's a time for fast breaks. Somebody saying something and the minister scooping it up and saying, yeah, we're going to do that to you. This isn't 2022 and it isn't even 2019. So if we jump to the next slide, so you say, well, okay, so these are all the immediate term challenges. What's the long-term challenge? I've done a lot of what ought you not to be thinking. Well, I don't think you should be thinking that there's a big anvil of governance change that's about to be dropped on your head. I think what you ought to be thinking about is more the question that the CAO challenged me to address, which is, what do you want? And this is information that, I am a bit of an outsider here. This is not some enormous report that I've done. This is from the Ministry of Finance website. So it's their population forecasts. And so if it's slightly off from yours or the MCR, I'm sure that yours is more accurate. But this is from publicly available material at Ministry of Finance. And their estimates are that, Ontario is going to grow from something like, where it's at to from 15 to 21 million on the median estimate, and maybe as many as 23 million, maybe as low as 19 million. But that's going to be a very different province from the province that I grew up in, because I think I go all the way back to where it was 7. So I'm happy to say that I'm of an age now where I'm no longer on the chart. I have aged off the population chart. So as I go back to 1965, I think maybe I have some allies in the room, but I remember being taught it was 7 million in school. And that means I'm significantly out of date. But you'll notice that of the 4 faster growing counties, Simcoe is going to be growing 49.7%. And Councillor Doherty, to your point about why us, you are of relevance as a county because of the pace of growth. So that makes it a place of interest. It's certainly not irrelevant what's going on in Simcoe. And you'll notice that the fastest growing ones are all the ones that are outside the GTHA. And I think that's really interesting because the GTHA, as you'll recall, in the early 70s, 71, 72, 73, that's when they created the regional government structure. And the reason they created it was because we had a crisis, which was we had all this rapid growth, and most of the things that you needed straddled any one municipal boundary. And so it was useful to have a more empowered two-tier structure that could deliver the key components that would help drive and support growth. So if we jump to the next slide, the Collingwood itself, again, I'm not sure what number you guys have in mind, and this is the 2051 number, but they talk about 43,000 people from the Ministry of Finance at Collingwood, up from your estimated 26.8 today. Lots of jobs, lots of new building forms compared to maybe what you're used to, and know that there's land shortages in all class of developable lands. So that just leads me to the observation within 20 years, Collingwood's going to be very different. To visualize that, if we jump to the next slide, I just grabbed a list of some comparable municipalities that are all sort of vaguely around 43,000. You've got some that are a little smaller, some that are a little bit bigger. I think the Chatham's actually quite comparable if you just keep the Chatham part of Chatham as opposed to the Chatham-Kent part of Chatham, because I think it's got quite a similar population density to yours. But they're around 45,000. But you can see some other examples there. And so you have to sort of almost close your eyes and say, okay, we wouldn't be so much like we are now with our 20-some thousand. We'd be something more like this with our 40-some thousand. And if we jump to the next slide, the point of this is, I know you're thinking that my cat got a hold of the map and started drawing circles here, but what I was just trying to draw without any great complexity is, I love this part of the province, but I know the difference. Like I'm not sure that you could kidnap me, blindfold me, and let me out in Penetang and that I would know I was in Penetang. But you can sure tell the difference between the shore of Georgian Bay from the shore of Lake Simcoe. And you can sure tell the difference from the agricultural lands through the middle swath of Simcoe from any of the water areas. You can sure tell the difference between Barrie, probably the difference between Barrie and Orillia, and certainly the difference between Barrie and Orillia and Collingwood. It's getting harder to tell the difference between Barrie and, I don't know, Brampton. Like and when I was a kid, Barrie was like Collingwood. Like I remember you used to be able, I'd be driving north to my friend's cottage and I knew we were at Barrie because it was dark, but you could see the sign for Huronia Fish and Bait. And because we'd always stop there and buy the thing that was going to be the fishing lure for that season. But the interesting thing is, if you were to say, what do you notice when you pass Barrie now? It's not a tackle and bait shop, right? And so I think Barrie had around 30,000 people when I was a kid. And so like, it could be that now I don't think it will, like, I'm not saying that population forecasters are wrong. And I don't want to give palpitations to whoever's in charge of your water system. But, over a similar period of time, would Collingwood grow as much as Barrie did? And would you want that to happen? And that is a really important question. That's a strategic question, as opposed to, as Councillor Baines was getting at about, the structure of council. Like, does it matter if you have 30-something or 16-something members of a county council? I don't know, but it really matters what that council does. So I certainly wish luck to however many people that does have, because it's going to have to do some very important work, because it's going to increase by 50% over the next 20-some years. And so whatever it's got to be effective. And your piece of that is interesting. And the reason I was struck by this is, like, Collingwood, I can visualize too, But I must confess, I sometimes have a hard time telling the difference between Collingwood and Thornbury and Town of Blue Mountain, because I do think there's a real objective interest of everybody who's on the south shore of Georgian Bay here. And I think there's almost like as significant an objective interest of those communities, and then you get into Wasaga, probably a greater interest than there is with Ramara. I mean, Stacey and I get over and work with the nice folks in Ramara, did their ward boundary review. It's a very different place. You know, it's, and in fact, by the time you're in Ramara, you're almost over towards Peterborough in Northumberland, where I have a place. And so very different, feels, so like the fascinating thing about Simcoe is in many respects, it's the space between everything else. You know, Georgian Bay's over here and it doesn't collide with Simcoe. There's stuff that's in the middle and there's growing cities all over the place. And you see this even more if you jump to the next slide. I just stole this one off Simcoe's website. And all this is from their 211 system. This is all the various county social services shown as clusters. And you see this sort of interesting diamond pattern, you know, between Midland and Collingwood and Wasaga and Barrie. Down in the bottom end, you see it's kind of anchored by Alliston, but you know, over to Aurelia, but there's kind of a clear diamond pattern with not much in the middle. And again, that gets at what Councillor Doherty was saying about it's not really built out through the middle, is it? It's more like a diamond-shaped cookie with icing on the four corners, but with not much in the middle. And that's sort of interesting. And you know, I don't mean to say that what's in the middle isn't important, but you don't have the kind of density there. And that's very different from, say, some of the other lake-based municipalities along Lake Ontario, which have grown north and have this very predictable pattern of all the weight of settlements closer to the lake. And as you go up, it fills in a kind of predictable way. So if you jump to the next slide, what we really just kind of, and I'm just about done, you'll be happy to know. I get to the point of there being, what are the key enablers of growth? Well, a person I very much respect named Dave McCleary, who's one of my senior advisors at Strategy Corp, said he worked at the region of Halton for, I think, I don't want to say 40 years, but it's pretty close to that. He said the real genius of Halton was that it brought together decision-making around planning, where to put things, financing, how to pay for them, and the key determinants of infrastructure and that support growth. And by talking about the key ones, I do not mean any disrespect to other services which are essential to making excellent communities, but the key ones are roads, because you got to get there, water and waste water, because you got to have the taps have to go on, and solid waste. You know, you can fill in transit later, you can fill in recreation centers later, you can, you know, schools have to be there pretty soon, but they do have buses, but you're kind of nowhere if you don't have those fundamental three. And of course the regions did that too, but fundamentally their job was to make sure that you could make decisions about where, how to pay for, and how to put and operate those things in place. And I do think it's kind of interesting that if those regions were a success, because we did rather rapidly urbanize the GTHA regions, it was kind of striking that the areas that the province had identified as having the highest growth were all, with the exception of Waterloo, were all ones that still had county type structures, but might actually benefit from a greater ability to deliver that kind of thing. And yet, you really have to question that, because if, as we saw in the last slide, you don't have it's not one solid contiguous place. It's actually the corners. And so your challenge is going to be to think about where and how to grow inside that. And so having a growth plan is really, really important if you're going to optimize the water that you've got and optimize, preserve the agricultural lands that you want to keep and come up with stuff that makes sense. So I think the government is really interested, not so much in two-tier stuff, because they've got one rule in their brain, which is build more housing. They've got another rule in their brain, which is not so fond of two-tier review of specific applications, but they are kind of trying to figure out how to get their heads around how to appropriately plan and finance infrastructure. And the infrastructure that they are obsessed with right now is water and sewer. And you might have heard some rumblings in public reports about them talking about potentially using municipal service corporations as a different way. And, like Innisfil already does this, so it's hardly science fiction, but municipal service corporations as a delivery tool to take water and sewer away from the regions and aggregate them. And I think the concept, ultimately, it's not so much about taking it away from Peel and putting it into a Peel-controlled service corporation. It's about trying to create something that's bigger and covers the whole GTHA. So, there's an old joke about MMAH probably understands what Toronto needs, may understand what the 905 needs, and probably hasn't had time to figure out what the 705 or the 519 needs, and hasn't been to the north in years. And it's an old AMO joke, but there's enough truth in it that when they're thinking about GTHA solutions, you can't always be certain that they've thought through exactly, I don't believe there's anybody at the ministry who has a file folder called exactly what Collingwood needs. Perhaps your former mayor, the MPP, he probably is pretty diligent about that. But I mean, people who work in the ministry, I doubt they know. And so one of the really important things is, you do potentially have a chance to tell them. And if you're going to, you could use this standing committee opportunity to try and tell them, or it could be that you're not entirely sure about the big questions that this workshop leads to you thinking, well, we may not have a final answer for them on everything, but we've got some interim answers for them on some things. And down the road, we're going to continue to focus on bigger answers so that they will have the answer to the question, what do we need? And the reason I showed that map to just sort of say, well, if your front yard and your neighbors who you are structurally organized with is one way you need to think about, I would not forget to think about your back fence neighbors, because most people who are heading up along the highway here, they don't necessarily stop in Collingwood. And I do think it's you're definitely going to want to be thinking about the integration of the South Shore from a point of view of the experience who live here. Now, notice I did not say the integration of the South Shore as one municipality, because I don't know, that might be a brilliant idea, or it might be a stupid idea. That's not my point. But it's clearly one experience living along that corridor. And you can imagine people going back and forth along that corridor like a rook on a chessboard. It's sort of makes sense. And then, of course, in addition to all this other stuff, there's all the big questions of education and post-secondary education and healthcare and all the other municipal services. And so right now, I would say that they are very focused on trying to accelerate the processes of approvals. They are focused on water and wastewater as a way of controlling or enabling those approvals. I think regional structures and two-tier structures are caught in a bit of a crossfire, because if you were to say, what's the proven tool we have for doing this? You'd say regional growth planning. And yet that's what they are blowing up. So that would lead me to the second time today to say, I don't know why. But that is kind of where they're going. So then I think we're just about done. What's the next slide? Oh, yeah. So just thinking about it, whether it's FCM or whether it's AMO or whether it's Ontario Big City Mayors, everybody is talking about who pays for what. The provincial municipal fiscal relationship probably isn't satisfactory. Clearly, there's different policy direction coming down from the province, and through your associations, you're able to do a lot of advocacy in those areas, but those are key questions. And depending on the answers to those questions, it is going to impact your ability to deliver various services. And so what they say your service delivery role is going to be of importance. there for the county, there's the governance model and there's the boundaries and all that kind of thing, which are potentially on the agenda as far as the province is concerned. But I gather the county is taking some efforts to think about what it would like to tell the province, whether it's about voting models or accountability structures or that kind of thing. And ultimately for that, it's the service delivery role again, who does what. And, if we've learned anything through the last 50 years, it's that voluntary service migration can often be a great way to find better ways to deliver things. Honestly, you can get a lot of really good public administration done without ever changing a boundary or a governance structure. Collaboration is a good thing. And you just have to make sure that you think it through and put in place the right service level agreements and figure out how to make it fair. And then, of course, for local municipalities, how many, what are the boundaries? Like in Niagara, they're scared that this process of this committee is going to lead to forced consolidations. And I don't think it will, because I don't think anybody can figure out what to do with Niagara on the Lake. But because you wouldn't want to put Niagara on the Lake with its immediate neighbors, and they wouldn't, it doesn't work. And now, Lincoln and West Lincoln and Grimsby, they might choose to do something. So again, that's this theme of, if somebody comes along and says, we would like to do this, the government might grant your wish. I don't think they're going to take this moment in time to do a lot of forcing people to do things. I just don't think that's the mood they're in. If I'm wrong, it'll be because something changed, but that's really the body language I'm getting from them now. And I can't remember if there's another one or not. I think, discussion. So just by way of summary, the hearings are an opportunity to say something. The pressure to say something is way down compared to where it would have been 12 months ago. The appropriateness of saying something, it could be as simple as we agree with the county. It could be we've got a slightly different view as the county. That's for you to determine. But the bigger questions that aren't going to be dealt with, I don't think, in the next 12 months are frankly the really exciting ones about how you manage this growth that's coming. Because it doesn't matter when the provincial election is, there's going to be 4 of them or 5 of them before that growth comes. And with each one, you're going to want to make sure you're moving the place in the right direction. And so to me, that's where the real strategic thinking is how do you get Collingwood to be what you want Collingwood to be by the time 25 years has passed, and don't accidentally wake up and find it's not what you wanted. And so that the adage of managing growth as opposed to being managed by growth is the really important concept. So I think where that leaves us for a discussion is into a whole bunch of questions about the pace of growth and what assets you're going to need to grow, and then you can say, so does the form of structure of government that we have fit the challenges that we're going to need? And that's where you might think about your back fence. And the other great thing too is 2 municipalities can always decide to collaborate as much as you want on something. You guys have already demonstrated that in your water arrangements with your neighbor. And, you don't have to only collaborate with people that are in your own county. You can collaborate with people that are over the county fence too. You don't even need restructuring to do a lot of the things that you want to do. So it always starts with, what do you want to do? And then how do you do it? Not what government should we have? Okay, what are we going to do with it? So that's probably the most important piece of advice I can give you. You think about what you want to achieve, and then you ask yourself if you've got the government structures you need to do it. Not, I want to create a government and then say, okay, now that I got it. You don't want to be like the dog that chased the car only to figure out that you didn't know where you wanted to drive once you caught it. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. So at this point, we're going to turn and see if there's any members of the public who would like to make comments. There's no one in the gallery. Would there be anyone online, Claire Comments? And there's no one online. So I'll close the public portion of the meeting, and we'll now look for council input. And Deputy Mayor has his card up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I think maybe to start what I'm going to do, and thank you for your updated information as best as you can put your crystal ball in front of you and figure out how this provincial government operates. But Councillor Doherty's question about why Simcoe was on everybody's mind, and and I was just going to comment about that. And you're quite correct to wonder. I think since the Peel reversal and the county's presentation to the Heritage Committee, the province knows now that it's being looked, we're considering things internally in regards to governance structure. And they're probably okay with that, in my opinion, but they're not going to alter Bill 23 and remove us. And because they probably feel that the Heritage Committee can do their work without any kind of harm to the processes that we're under. So that's just my thoughts on it. And now that they're basically looking for information about how to find efficiencies in upper tier, and so that's just a reflection about why Simcoe County from me as a Simcoe County councillor. And I will report about our meeting on Tuesday, but I'm just going to have initial comments first and go from there. And so my initial comment, the CAO correctly identified that it was myself and bringing it forward back in January after the presentations to the Heritage Committee by Simcoe County and by Mayor Hamlin, and thinking that we should have a discussion. And they hadn't anticipated that it would take 5 months for them to get to where they are. And unfortunately, we just kind of get ourselves going, and now we're faced with what we're faced. But when I supported the workshop, again, there hadn't been the Peel reversal. I felt there was a review that we needed to do for what had been presented in Collingwood's case. I'm not so sure that that's necessary now. I wasn't expecting we'd only have 10 working days to prepare if wanting to make further delegation, which I'm going to ask you, can we even think that could happen, because we've already made an initial. But I had also hoped that I had forecasted that there'd probably be discussion amongst the Simcoe County or the South Georgian Bay mayors to determine if there should be a regional approach to the Heritage Committee. Obviously, trying to put something like that together in 10 days would be impossible. So I just wanted to make that initial statement about how we got here. And unfortunately, the government's put a timeline in front of us that's going to be very impossible to in my opinion. So I'm interested to hear from my colleagues and see how the discussion goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak at this point? Yes, go ahead.
If asked about the future of this region from a macro point of view, it would be my desire that the concept of intensification does go forward, because there's a quid pro quo on that. Specifically, if Collingwood continues down the road of a designated settlement area, I would put it to you that for the benefit of all areas in this region, the quid pro quo is that the town of the Blue Mountains would, shall I say, back off their intensification, and likewise Clearview, because in the model that I would see, it is that the residents that will be coming to Collingwood will need a place to recreate. And the town of the Blue Mountains specifically is the perfect area for that to occur, in my opinion. And each can benefit from such a mutual relationship. But if my caution to my colleagues in the town of the Blue Mountains, if they continue at the rapid pace of development that they are going down, and that's their call, I just think in the future, it could, I won't say hurt, but it would not be the optimum for either municipality. Now, whether or not Simcoe County or a review of Simcoe County can address that, you're probably quite right. it may be a discussion that we would have to have entre nous between us. But back to the specific of the governance of and the perhaps stripping of Simcoe County in regard to its oversight. The fact that Clearview wants to grow so much, personally, or at least as a councillor for the town of Collingwood, I would not be in favor of that. And I would prefer to have an overarching body that had the authority and to basically have that discussion with Clearview and say, not sure that's in the best interests of the county or yourselves in the overall model. So my concern of the province's de-emphasizing the oversight of Simcoe County is, I think it leads to municipalities being considering that they have more power and focus on their own growth as distinct to an overarching county policy, I suppose I'm saying. I like things the way they were before Bill 23, actually, but that's just my own personal opinion. So I give you that for what it is. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to express an opinion that's somewhere between the deputy mayor and Councillor Baines. I do believe that the county of Simcoe has a very important role to play in that, as we discussed, the size of the geographic area of coverage, the huge differentials community to community in terms of density, in terms of, primary economic drivers, all of that requires coordination. And like even speaking to what Councillor Baines was just referencing to Clearview Township and the fact that it is historically been an agricultural region, and there is a lot of growth pressure right now. And what is that going to do to that agriculture? That needs to be looked at from a larger gestalt. But I do disagree with the notion of Collingwood and Town of the Blue Mountains in particular differentiating themselves, one on density and one on recreation, lots of green space. I kind of disagree on that one. I see that there is an opportunity for the town of Collingwood being on the far western corner of Simcoe County, and Town of the Blue Mountains being on the far eastern corner of Grey County. And between the two of us, wrapped around the most significant economic driver from a tourism, and actually I was going to say from a tourism, it probably, all I have to say is one significant economic driver that we share. And it just makes sense from that perspective to consider more collaboration, more coordination between the two, whether that would be a change in governance. It has been talked about many times in the past, or whether it's, as you say, just collaboration. But, when I think, as an example, that Town of the Blue Mountains is working through a process of developing a water treatment plant on their far eastern boundary when we're about to invest $270 million and already have a pipeline going over to their neck of the woods. It makes no sense to me. And that's just massive inefficiency. I don't know whether you want us to just focus more on governance or whether you want us to focus on other aspects of what we want to be when we grow up, but I'll maybe just leave those remarks where they are and see where else we want to go.
Well, I'll just say, because no one else has their card up right now, these are the things I think about like nonstop. I think there's something the matter with me, quite frankly. Because I so agree with what you say in terms of it's not about, per se, where the boundaries or who's more important or who should be governing who. It's what services, from my perspective at least, what services do we want to deliver and how should they be delivered? So, I've been sitting at county council now, it'll be 2 years before we know it. And the differences you point out in terms of the nature of the communities are humongous, right? Springwater, I've come to learn, who knew they have 25 gravel pits. That's their backbone of their economy, right? And Romero's tiny. And, when I look at what the county gives to us by way of services that I think are useful, would be the garbage pickup seems to be working pretty well. Mind you, I'll just say as an aside, they don't collect from a considerable number of our residences because they're in townhouse condominiums. But anyway, that's another issue. And I think they're delivering social services well. I have nothing to say about that. And I do like the fact that paramedics are all connected. But for other things, I'm just not sure where Collingwood's benefit is. And in terms of the planning, that we had a discussion the other day about they're looking at natural areas for the county, like natural heritage areas, where the trees and all that. So I put up my hand and I said, well, we've already done that. Too bad we couldn't have coordinated. Like we've just done so many studies for our official plan. And the answer from the staff was, well, simply, we wouldn't do that for an urban area. So, and as you've correctly pointed out, Sabine, there's a few urban areas. So Midlands now, for speaking to their mayor, they're speaking to Penetanguishene to see if they can amalgamate because they see some synergies there. And the North Simcoe area has been doing things in some fashion together. Aurelia and Barrie are what they call separated cities. So they have their own deal with the county. So they get certain services from the county they pay for. They come in for certain parts of the meeting and then they leave for other parts. I'm not sure where we fit into the county structure. Like, I think we've been an oversight because of where we are, way over on the west side. The services that they tend to be dealing with are more up and down the 400 corridor for obvious growth reasons. They have decided not to get into the area of hard services, if I can put it that way. So, and because, well, we have some municipalities like Tay and Tiny, they don't have any services, no water, no wastewater. So how do you balance that with Collingwood needing $270 million for a water treatment plant, right? So there's no meeting of the minds there. I think that's why they haven't gotten into it, if I can guess. And even on growth management, what tools do they have? And I did ask this question last week. There are no tools for them to take the Clearview example. You shouldn't grow there because we haven't allocated to you. Because it does put questions to Collingwood's mind if Clearview is going to grow as much as they would like to, as I hear their mayor speak about. Maybe we wouldn't put such big planning and funding into our infrastructure. Like maybe we'd make a decision differently. But in the growth documents, they're not given all that growth. So I just have to share my frustration. I saw the government set up, this is a provincial government set up their housing task force, which they went to the development community for. And of course, they came up with all the reasons why the municipalities weren't doing their job. without having any municipalities on that, they forgot to notice that we can't grow without infrastructure. So we saw a huge turn into the infrastructure world. But my frustration with it is there's not really anybody in charge. And maybe that seems a bit harsh, but I see us putting in infrastructure for ourselves in New Tecumseh in terms of water. We've heard Councillor Doherty's quite right. Other municipalities on other sides of us are making their own decisions. And it's going to be infrastructure that decides whether you can grow or not. Anyway, I just find that whole piece frustrating in terms of where should the growth go? What should we be planning for? So those are sort of my big picture. Like, I'm not sure how much the county's relevant to us, although there's certain areas that we are relevant. So I have to say, in my quiet moments when I think about this, which as I say is all the time, I think maybe we should be a separated city like Aurelia and Barrie, because there's certain things that we could take advantage of, and maybe the funds we're sending to the county we would use for our own purposes, like our own planning staff. So, and then when I drill down to what services we want to have delivered for our area, I think about these. How do we move our people around? And that goes to transit. The county hasn't really turned their mind to transit across the county in a big way. And so the things that we need aren't really there in terms of transit for our economic area, which is, to my mind, Collingwood, Blue Mountain, Clearview, Wasaga, maybe out a bit. But to my mind, we need services to move people. And it's transit and maybe other things, but I'll just say that. There's recreation services we have to deliver. So we are doing a study for our recreation needs with the town of Blue Mountain, because they happen to be doing a study at the same time. And we said, okay, let's do it together. The initial part of it, at least, what services do we need? But how do we deliver them, particularly when we see people from the surrounding communities, they're coming in and using Collingwood's recreation facilities. So what does that mean, and how do we deliver them? And then I look at the planning of our area. There's, we're saving Mountain Road that goes out to the escarpment for our employment uses. And as soon as we hit the invisible line to town Blue Mountains, they've got like residential. Like, how does that work? And how should the road work? And where are people going anyway in this corridor? And then I think also, where are we putting things? And by that, I mean planning, where are we putting things, because we don't have enough employment land. But also, I mean, I talk to people, they want to put in this kind of great facility. Where would it go? We have no land. What about a new high school? They need 20 acres. Oh, there's no land. What about more affordable housing? Oh, sorry. Right? So, like, to me, I feel like we're in a quagmire of a bit of a mess, I have to say. I don't know what to do with it. I just, as I say, I think quietly about these things and just try and keep moving the needle along, because I'd like to see, when we grow up, I'd like to see a university here. I'd like to see integration of services in this area that is an economic unit. I could talk all day, but I'll just leave that as introductory remarks. Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? You want to weigh in? Oh, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. As we know, the kind of title is what we want to be when we grow up. So I'll just state my overall view. I could add a lot of context to it, but since it is mostly status quo, I don't think I need to. I'm expecting Collingwood to be much the same as it is today, municipal governance and such. But working closely with area communities to work together, especially on infrastructure. Coming from public utilities first commission and then the service board background, and being very familiar with working municipal enterprise corporation models like Innisfil's, that cooperation can take on various forms of board governance and not change the municipal governance. I supported Simcoe County's submission and still do, because I do believe Collingwood receives exceptional service through the county, especially for major assistance with our new hospital. We've got $20 million coming, and I think that's great. So I do believe that we get very much value for the dollar with Simcoe County. The structure was formed initially to help with regional services that they could provide, and I think they do an exceptional job with that. So I find that there is a need for us to be on our A game in regards to infrastructure, and I believe the best approach is a cooperative ventures with our neighbors. And so that's my thoughts at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. A couple of things that I noticed just from the staff perspective as we were talking through, I really believe that the discussions with adjacent municipalities around coordinated growth, and several of you mentioned that, is really important. Sort of like, how do we do that? And I know that Mayor Hamlin and I are going to the South Georgian Bay Mayors and CAOs meeting in the next, I think it's actually in the next couple of days, and that would be a good spot to have some of those discussions. Of course, all of that would be by mutual agreement. And it did cross my mind that the county does coordinate services that they deliver, but right now the county doesn't coordinate services they don't deliver in general. Now, there was some thought on governance reviews, or service reviews during the last term of council, and they were carried out somewhat like an audit as opposed to a collaboration among municipalities for non-county services. And so that's a space where we might want to be thinking about input to the county and to the province as we go through this. I did notice that when we talk about the affordable housing and employment and school locations, there's other things that are sort of big picture that are beyond our local municipality. There's electricity, long-term care, cemeteries, and there's lots of things that really are a bit bigger than us ourselves that we can do in a small way, but not really. It's not always a municipal boundary. And of course, I love the idea of a university when we grow up, and multiple daily trips to the GTAH for people who live here and who can work in that broader area. I do know that there were also a couple of items that, upon discussion with the clerk, met the tests for an potentially brief update to council in an in-camera setting. So at some point, at the pleasure of the chair and council, there is a piece that you could be informed of in camera, and then you may wish to return to public session to finalize some of the questions around how much growth do you see happening, and how fast do you see that being desirable, or for Collingwood to 2051 and beyond, and maybe a couple of things that might fall out of that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good, yes, Deputy Mayor.
Regarding going in camera, I'm hesitant to support that. I do believe that this is a workshop. We have 3 councillors missing. I would like to think that if there's information that has to be shared and have to be shared in the in-camera session, that we'd have every member there. But more importantly for me, when we come out of in-camera, I recognize the need for maintaining confidence that we've come across. But that may mean that words I'm planning on using through our discussion, I can't use. So at this point in time, I'm going to not support going in camera. If the majority of council wants to, then I will decline to sit and wait until you come back into open session, and you'll still have your quorum. So that's all right.
Okay, thank you.
That's her hand up.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I think I managed to cheat closer over to the line than I had intended in terms of some of the strategic content. So if I think, and also given how direct some members of council have been so far, we could probably get by without it. Madam Mayor. If it's a more comfortable way to keep the family together, I think we could probably just about manage it.
Well, I think I want to make sure we hear what you've come to tell us. And I appreciate the deputy mayor may have some sensitivities that, he's heard from other members of the community about in camera and so on, and is perhaps reflecting that and his own views, of course. But I don't want to lose this opportunity that we have with you to hear what you say. I think that we're pretty cognizant that we don't want to stray out of what's properly in camera matters when we're in camera. But the province has only given us very short notice to make a presentation to the standing committee. And I would hope before we leave today, seeing this is our last council meeting, really, well, we have next week, but it's not for that purpose, that before we leave today, we should at least have some idea of presentation. So I'm gonna read in the in-camera motion. We'll see if there's a will to go in camera, and we'll come back. If we do, we'll come back out, and we can certainly have lots more in this forum. And I do appreciate there aren't some people here today. Everyone has busy lives. But I don't think we can stop the business of the municipality because a few people aren't here, and we do have quorum. Okay, so I'm going to read this recommendation in. Be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency, or any of them. Items for discussion, position to be applied to the supplied, I think that should be, to the provincial regional review. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor Baines. Any other comments? All those in favor? And opposed? Thank you. And so noted. One opposed. So we'll move to in camera now. So we'll just stay in this room, and the deputy mayor will be excused. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The clerk's just pointed it out because there is one person online now. I'll just make this comment. As we move into closed meeting session, all Zoom participants will be forced to leave the meeting. The public is welcome to continue to watch the YouTube link instead listed on the agenda, or the link included in the Zoom chat to watch the continued discussion. That's after the closed meeting, and the next steps following the return to open session. Thank you. Yeah, just recognize the deputy mayor's returned. And what we need at this point is a motion to rise from the in-camera session. Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. So we're now back in the public session. We've had some advice during the session in camera from our consultants. And now the matter before us is to see if we want to put together a position for the Regional Review Committee of the legislature. So is there anyone who'd like to speak to that? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I think first I want to clarify that my reasons were as stated for not wanting to go in camera. And it doesn't have anything to do with public concern of in camera with this council. When I have been approached about that topic, I believe I've been able to explain why I've supported those sessions sufficiently that has been to the person's satisfaction. I don't believe I could in this case, though. I do appreciate our consultants' comments. I have to say, I wonder about the initial indication that there was no need, yet it turned out to be an hour-long discussion. Anyway, I do have some questions I would like to ask at this point in time if we're going to have a discussion about going forward with the Heritage Committee.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I think it's great that the timing works out that the South Georgian Bay Mayor and CAO Forum is happening on Monday. What would be, I'm going to ask what would the input be, but I'll leave that for right now because I would like to know kind of what's going into that meeting and the outcome could have a bearing for me. But my first question is, in your experience, Sabine, would the Heritage Committee allow a second Collingwood position from same source? Is there a precedent in that regard, or would they be concerned about setting a precedent?
I think given the passage, I honestly, I don't know what they'd say, Deputy Mayor. I suspect they would permit it on the basis of the passage of time alone. But it's a good question you raise. One could raise it with the clerk, and then I guess ultimately, if you had to ask for leave, it would be up to them to decide whether they wanted to give it or not. But it's a good question.
Okay, and I was going to actually turn to the clerk and ask about the proper process in putting something forward, because in my view, I'd always expected that there'd be discussion in this kind of a format. We would send something direction-wise back to staff, and they would prepare a report to come to us. And that report would be something that we'd have further discussion on, and there'd be public input opportunity. So I guess I would turn to the clerk that with 10 working days, that obviously isn't something that can be achieved.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to the deputy mayor, we are very limited in our timeline right now, and you know, there's been lots of conversations about, you know, general themes that have been discussed that, you know, potentially we could put something forward. We do have a council meeting on Monday that, you know, we could utilize as well. And if this council decides it's in the best interest to have a special meeting, we could have that as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. No fault of anyone. As I said before, the unexpected July 8th timeline, in my opinion, appears to be untenable to put something together. I'm certainly not supportive of rushing through and doing something at this point in time. So I'll just mention that depending on the outcome of today, I may take the approach that Councillor Scott took in Bradford, West Gwillimbury and speak as an individual. I'm just letting council know that I'm considering that. But I also turn to the clerk as well at this point in time and ask, I'm assuming that that's okay to do because, as I said, Councillor Scott did it in Bradford, West Gollenberry.
Thank you, through your worship. I can't answer that. I think that could be a question between the integrity commissioner. It could be a question. Generally, I would think that an individual has rights as well, as long as you advise that you're not representing the municipality's interest, but your own.
So we'll have to see with that. My next question is, we have a major council meeting on July the 8th. So again, in your experience, would we be able to request a certain time to do a deputation? Because obviously it would have to be in the morning session.
And I should just clarify this time when I said the clerk, I should have said a clerk, because of course this is the clerk in Collingwood.
Yeah.
And I meant a clerk of the Legislative Committee.
I've made that mistake before. Something and said, "Look, I didn't mean you. I meant this." Yeah.
So, you know, I know that it'll all depend on two things. One is how busy they are that day, and they will sometimes just try to accommodate people because it's not uncommon for deputants to have challenges. So I think they're like any group. If they can accommodate reasonable requests, they tend to. The other thing is I was just reflecting on it after you asked the first time, and I do recall that, like at the time of the amalgamation of the City of Toronto, we got so many different submissions from the various municipalities, like multiple ones to through the same committee process, additions. So I don't think it's a kind of a one and done scenario. So that's it.
Just one final, if I may, Mayor Hamlin.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll just say to council members, I would review the direction and discussion from Simcoe County at their meeting on Tuesday, but only if there's interest for me to do that. And so I make that offer. Thank you.
Sir, could you just explain that last point? I didn't understand it.
I would review my participation and what I felt the direction and discussion that the meeting went on Tuesday, if anyone would like it. But if not,
Oh, I see. If anyone would like to know what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Is anyone of a mind to know what happened? Yes, Councillor Baines.
Just a question, is that specifically on governance and the structure, the potential structure for organizing Simcoe Council?
Go ahead.
When we met on Tuesday, it was to discuss governance because they do it every term. They have a discussion about governance.
I would. Actually, I think we discussed this privately, but others might want to hear this. So I'd be in favor of that. A brief discussion.
Maybe if you could summarize in 5 minutes or less, because I know we're finishing at 6.
I won't even be that long.
Oh, yeah, go ahead then.
I appreciate the time factor. I do have a hard stop at 6 o'clock myself. So I can let you know the initial workshop was held. Rick O'Connor, former clerk of Ottawa, it was facilitated and did a very, very good job. And so from that, staff were asked to take a couple of options and put together a report. They're going to come back to the governance committee first so that they can review it and make sure that it's all encompassing for what they believe council was looking to come back. And in my opinion of the discussion is that the majority in attendance felt strongly that the current 32 member was good because of the strong committee structure of the organization, and it functions very well, and there is value for money in the services that are rendered. It is of note, there was discussion about the warden position. And most specifically, it gave me a good sense of what previous council went through when you had your governance discussion and decided to recognize the mayor's position as a full-time position. Everybody recognized that the warden's working full-time. And so the general belief is that coming out of this report will be support for the designation that it is recognized as full-time. It simply is just to say it, because there's nothing in the Municipal Act when you look at the duties of the mayor or deputy mayor that refers to whether it's full-time or part-time. But from a sense, and that's what I mean. I didn't participate when previous council decided to do it with the mayor's position here, but it sure gave me a sense of the kind of discussion that would have happened, because I think a lot of it has to do with the relationship with the CAO. I don't know how the key person for council can function on a part-time basis and do what they need to do in functioning with the CAO in meeting the requirements that we have under the duties that we are expected to fulfill as under the Municipal Act. So I do believe that that was central to everybody's thinking, and that was an important one. The two, the report will include looking at going down to 16 and perhaps 17. So 16 would continue to have the warden elected within. And then there is a model, it's not going to come to me where, but there's a model where the members who have been elected as mayors, they've put an RFP out and found somebody and hired them as the warden to fulfill the warden's role. So those are the three, the status quo, 16 or 17 are the three that will be. So those are my
Thank you.
comments.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. Speaking of the tenure of the warden, if the warden is an elected mayor or deputy mayor of one of the member municipalities, and this job is designated as full-time, where does that leave their commitment to their municipality?
So you know what, I think I'll just cut you're right, it is a big part of the discussion. Although I wasn't there in the chambers, they don't have the hybrid capability for me to have listened and participated, but I did listen the whole time, but I had a commitment locally to speak at an event, so I couldn't go in person. But I can tell you that is a big part of the discussion. And part of the problem, and I'll just finish by saying, the warden is a full-time job, and I've often thought it has to be quite separate from running your own municipality, because a busier municipality in a growth mode like Collingwood, I, for example, could never put my name forward to be warden. So what we've tended to see, at least in the last few, while I've been paying attention, it's from the smaller communities, right? But they're not really perhaps as representative of the other municipalities. So what would you do with all that? But it was interesting, the current warden is the mayor of Romera. And even he said he has to ignore his local municipality. So there's a ton of issues around the whole warden. There was a lot of options there about a 16-member composition that would have just the mayors at the county council. But anyway, there will be a report coming forward, and we'll see where that goes. Okay, so let's just turn our mind here to, Deputy Mayor, if you could take the chair of this meeting position. I'm going to bring a motion.
Sorry, Mayor Hamlin. You go ahead with your motion.
Yes, thank you. To have staff prepare an outline of the position our municipality could take in front of the House Committee at the upcoming Regional Review Committee meeting on July 8th, and that this motion, and that this outline would come to our next regularly scheduled meeting of council, which is Monday. Special meeting. Could we have it come to a special meeting? Okay, because there's only one meeting unless we do a special meeting. So we can have that discussion, I guess, but to come on Monday to our special meeting of council. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Doherty, any discussion? Councillor Ring.
That would be obviously public.
Yes.
And then the public would have opportunity to have any discussion at that time, or because it's a special council meeting, they wouldn't.
I'm going to let the clerk answer that. I think I know the answer, but.
Certainly. So this meeting is set up as a meeting versus a webinar, which allows the virtual participation. I guess it's at council's desire. We can, because we'll have to do an addendum to put the item on the agenda tomorrow. So we'll leave that to the mayor's part of her motion if she would like to indicate.
So the question is whether we want the
Sorry,
public.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought he was.
That's
Yeah, you're right.
That's right.
You're right.
Councillor Ring, if you have further, and you could even ask Mayor Hamlin for more explanation if you'd like.
Well, I know she was just going to give it there. My reason to know that is because of time. I mean, we haven't got time to have a public session. I don't think. Is there things that we discussed today that, well, we're going to do it in public forum anyway. So, I mean, it's obviously, I was just wondering if the public would have the opportunity to comment. I don't want to make it a 4-hour long discussion on, but if there was anybody, I just was curious if they could.
Okay, so I believe the clerk's allowed as to what could be done. You'd need to decide if you wanted to, I guess, put something on the table as to direction for Monday.
I'm sorry, I'm satisfied to hear what the mayor would like to, if that would be in addition to hers, or would it, I was just basically asking, without having to put it in the motion, would it be available? I mean, if they can go online.
Go ahead, Mayor Hamlin, if you can.
Honestly, I hadn't turned my mind to it. I know it's a council meeting, and I had thought it would be because it's not something the public would normally be interested in, but I could be wrong. CEO, what's your thought?
Go ahead, CEO Skinner.
Oh, sorry.
Pardon me. This meeting itself, including right now, although I noticed that we need to physically open the door again, is a public meeting where people can provide input. So I don't have any concerns if there was direction that portion of the meeting would be open to the public on Monday for that particular item. An addendum needs to be issued, and if it's a desire of council, we could certainly facilitate that there could be public input, but we did have this meeting fully open to the public now to make sure that if there was anything people wanted to add, they could do that today as well.
I believe, Councillor Ring, you could amend the motion if you so wanted. So I can leave that with you. See if anybody else wants to speak, and then you can decide.
Well, I don't need to. I'm just wondering if it was worth asking, whether it's appropriate. If it's not something that's of any value, I don't need to amend the motion. We can just let a due course on how we conduct a regular council meeting. I just thought maybe would that be the feeling of council? And if nobody else feels that way, then I'm not even going to worry about making an amendment.
Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you. So just with regard to this discussion, Councillor Ring's questions, I see no harm in such an amendment. Assuming, I mean, it's an addendum for Monday, but it's no report that has to go with that addendum. So, I mean, why not? There may be not a single person who would say anything, but why not?
Are you looking to put an amendment on the table?
I guess I'm encouraging Councillor Ring to pursue his amendment, and I'm happy to second it.
I will make that amendment to the
So
motion.
do you want to state what you would like?
Just basically that when this topic comes up, it's open to the public for comment and just leave it at that.
And we have a secondary with Councillor Doherty. And any discussion about the amendment? Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
okay. Thank you. My thing is, it's just being transparent. We gotta offer it to public to be able to comment if they want to comment. You know, the addendum is good, but it's we have to make that offer, I believe. That was my comment.
Okay, so we have that amendment. I think everybody's pretty clear that it's an amendment to allow for public input if anyone wants to. So I'll call that to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And any discussion from anyone else in regards to the motion that the mayor has put on the table? Clerk Thomas, would you mind reading out the motion for me, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. It's very basic that council directs staff to work to prepare a position for council's consideration at their special meeting of June 24th, and that the special meeting include a component of public participation.
Okay, and I'm going to ask the question because I'm not aware that we've had discussion in the open part that I've been in where we've given sufficient direction to staff that they could put a position together. So my question, I guess, is this something that's come out of the discussions in the in-camera session? I guess I direct it to you, Mayor Hamlin. Sorry.
Well, we've heard from our consultant on the various matters at issue that affect different municipalities and different staff and so on. And I think coming out of that, we feel our staff could come up with a position. I think what's on my mind is that we're generally satisfied currently with things at the county of Simcoe. But as we grow to our full population of closer to 50,000, we may need to revisit that and the kind of things that would be important to us as we move forward. I think staff has a pretty good handle on that.
Okay, well, if that's the basis that it's come out of the direction during the in-camera session, then I'm eager to see what is. So I will definitely support the report coming. So I have that ready to. Sorry, CEO Skinner. Yeah.
Thank you. There was one thing mentioned by our presenter, Sabine, as we went through the public session to start with, and she mentioned the idea of a review of the fiscal framework between the province, county, and local municipalities. It didn't come up further in the discussion, but it was something I would be tempted to put in the draft proposal for I assume the mayor's or articulation of our council's position, unless there were comments from members that you would prefer not to include that piece.
Any discussion in that regard? Go ahead, Councillor Bain.
I'd certainly support that as an amendment or an add-on, if you will, to the direction to staff.
Would you, go ahead, Mary Ann. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, our job is to deliver services in an efficient and fair way at the lowest cost that makes sense. So I think always looking at the fiscal framework, or even saying it's something we need to look at in the future, is something that should always be top of mind for us. So I'm totally in agreement with the CIO's suggestion.
Councillor Baines, are you interested in making an amendment?
Make such an amendment if the clerk captured the gist of what CAO stated.
Could you read something back, clerk, on this? Then we will have the CAO Skinner, just if you wouldn't mind repeating, please.
Thank you. And that the position include a review of the fiscal framework for municipalities now or in the future.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ring. Discussion? I'm going to ask for a little more explanation about what fiscal frameworks means, if I may.
Today in Ontario, land taxes go to the local municipality and the county, or through the local municipality to the county. And income taxes typically are used to fund the work of the province and the federal government. And the municipalities do enjoy, through grants and other mechanisms, some of the income tax that is within the realm of public funding. But with the changing role of municipalities now getting closer to addressing the unhoused, social services, things that are happening within our communities, several of the organizations across government have asked that the fiscal framework be adjusted. And should the town be presenting a position to the province around governance and how governance may work in the future, the ability for local municipalities to access some of that funding may be one that our municipality could provide support for in the context of the province making decisions at this important point in time.
I appreciate the clarification, and I think what you're talking about is some of what Councillor Jeffrey has been putting forward in regards to the federal committee she's on. So that's great. We will call the matter to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's carried. And I'm ready to call the other matter to a full vote, which would be the amended motions. I am going to just say that once this passes, I did ask the question about the South Georgian Bay Mayor's Forum on Monday, and I would like to have a discussion about what is going to be discussed at that forum in this regard. It doesn't need to stop us from voting right now on this particular matter. So I'm going to call it to vote then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And I can turn the chair back to Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. There was an agenda circulated with requests for additional matters on the agenda, but the one I'm going to ask the CEO, but the only item I saw on the agenda was updates from individual municipalities, which meant no items as far as I was concerned. Did you see anything further than that? CEO, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't recall anything otherwise, but I did hear earlier this evening about a body that can talk to coordinated growth for mutual benefit. and the potential of coordinated planning and the example of changes in land use along Mountain Road between Collingwood and the town of Blue Mountains were mentioned, as well as our collaboration on potential large capital expenditures, such as recreation facilities, not only with the municipality we're collaborating with right now, town of Blue Mountains, but potentially, others as potential suggestions for that agenda that we could put forward.
Yeah, I think I'll just add, I don't think there's any intention to have a discussion there about what would be said on July the 8th at the committee, if that was what you were specifically asking. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor Hamlin. You mean at the Mayor's and CAO forum? I think that's unfortunate. I think that there could be a regional point of view put forward, and it certainly will impact, if there was, what I was thinking about in regards to Monday's report, and then the possibility of me going forward as my own. So I can leave it at that for now then.
Yeah, okay. I think the meeting is tomorrow, and I just learned yesterday of the July 8th date. So I don't even know, and the mayors who are from the Grey County part of the group, they won't have any knowledge even of it. So I'm happy to raise it tomorrow. I'm just not confident there'd be any kind of position that could come out of a meeting tomorrow. But I'll just leave it at that. Okay. So is there any other matters anyone wants to raise before we finish here today? Okay, and I'm pleased to say it's 1 minute to 6. Good work, team. And would someone like to move a motion for an adjournment? Councillor Baines, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, too, for coming, Sabine.